Welcome back. Welcome back to the Build Show, guys. Good morning. 69. I like what I'm looking at. Welcome back to the Build Show, sir. Austin, welcome back to the Build Show. Better late than never is what I say. I initially planned to start this at 8, and then I said 9, and here we are at 10 o'clock, starting the build. Good evening, Austin. This is going to be a beast of a PC. Damn. Took your damn time, didn't you? You know, it's been a busy week. Even though I wasn't doing any build streams, we've got lots of computers back here for service. Mike, that's right. I keep forgetting Mike, I'm sorry. There's so many names that I talk to and so many people I talk to throughout a day, throughout a week, throughout a month. It's becoming more and more difficult to remember everybody's names, I'm not going to lie. Especially if you're using an account that isn't your account. So I apologize. Psycho Suit, welcome back to the Build Show. You know it's a great day when Empower is streaming again. Well, I'm hoping to get more of these in more often. Looks like we have some foam block coming in here. Let me fix that real quick, because this is just going to bother me all stream. That should stop doing that. So yeah, I know we're not doing a ton of streams right now because we just haven't had the builds, but you know, we have a couple of builds trickling in. So a lot of focus has been on the new website. That's been taking a lot of time out of the day. I know I haven't really been personally working on it. Omar has been doing a great job on the website. So if you haven't seen the website within the last couple of days, he's done a lot of work to it. I know the prices aren't perfect right now. We're just trying to establish a theme basically throughout the, website, and then once we have that resolved, I'm just going to go through and clean up all the pricing because I know it's not right. So if you are going to order a PC through the website, please contact me first, probably for the next week or so, and then it should be straightened out. So that I can get you the right pricing on everything. Right now you might be overspending on the website, and I don't want you to do that. I actually was suggesting that we disable the purchasing features. Some of the budget builds are actually all in order. All the budget builds should be actually all in order. It's the higher end stuff that's all kind of jacked up right now on the website when it comes to the pricing. So I just got to go through and clean it up. Typical viewer, welcome back to the Build Show. Good to see you back here, sir. And let's see here, Jackie Hunts. Damn. Yeah, it's quite the build tonight. We've got quite the build. I'm looking to see if Joseph is going to join us. I think he said he was going to. I know he said he was traveling, but let me double check to make sure he got the notification. Okay, so you just actually mentioned that he was. So we're good. I did see the text. It's a gaming PC for sure. Oh yeah, to start to finish, the story behind this build. There is a little bit of a story. So Joseph reached out and he's like, hey, I have a build that I built back, I think it was during the COVID time. So it was about 4 or 5 years ago now, I think, is the age of his build, because it's a correct me if I'm wrong, Joseph, but I believe the build was a RTX 2080 Super in there. I think that's what we were troubleshooting. He brought it in because he was originally having some black screen issues with the card, where we fire up a game, it'll game for a little bit, and this is, you know, pretty common issue that you have been hearing me talk about because of the heat here in Michigan. So recently the temperatures outside have reached, the last couple weeks have been in the upper 90s, which is really warm here in Michigan. So people started having overheating issues. And the graphics card on his build, unfortunately, was also overheating, but there's quite a few things that were causing the overheating, I think, overall throughout the build. He built the PC very nicely. It was a very nice build for its age, but after we had a discussion and I attempted to repaste and repad the graphics card, and then that helped out a little bit. It, you know, made the card last a little longer during our benchmarks, and then the problem still was there. After the card hit a certain temperature, it would just crash and then shut off. And unfortunately, the card wasn't going to be salvageable, and it was well out of its warranty, so we couldn't return it. So overall, I had suggested, you know, we could get another graphics card in the system, but I know he was just finishing up some school, so this was his, I guess, success. I would call it a success or a milestone build, or I guess thanking a gift from him to him for completing all of that hard work in the school and the dedication that he put in, the time. I can't even imagine how much time was involved with completing your degrees, or a degree. I don't know if it was multiple, but this is his gift from him to him, and I say it's well worth the splurge. So he's really going to enjoy his splurge for many years to come. So really cool build that we're going to do tonight. He and I sat down and talked about all the components one-on-one. We went through everything, and one of the key things he wanted was the 5090. I couldn't talk him down to a 5080. There was no budging on the 5090. He was going all in on the graphics card no matter what. So we are on the 5090 with this build, and of course, building around that, we have the really awesome Ryzen 7 9800X 3D processor. There will be a slight bottleneck, but pretty much any CPU you throw at the 5090 is going to be a bottleneck. So that's not really going to be something we can resolve, unless of course you start looking at Threadrippers, which is kind of overkill for a gaming PC in my opinion. So the Ryzen 7 9800X 3D is what we're running here for the CPU. We have a contact frame, thermal rate, AM5 contact frame. We're going to be applying Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut Extreme Thermal Paste on the CPU for the thermal paste. We're going to be cooling the CPU with a Lian Li Galahad 2 LCD with the SL Infinity fans, which is going to be matching the rest of the SL Infinity fans in the case. So everything's going to come together very nicely. The other thing is, I think, Joseph, I think I might owe you a couple dollars back, because I ended up finding out that this cooler includes the hub that these fans will plug into. So that was a change that Lian Li did. It didn't used to be that way. So now we can plug all the fans into the hub that's included with the cooler, versus having to buy a pack of 3 just to get that hub. So that was one thing. I think it was like a $20 difference. So and we talked about it. We're like, we either wait for the single with the hub or purchase the hub separately. And I'm glad we didn't do that, because I got the cooler and confirmed at Micro Center that the cooler is, and they let me open one up and look just to confirm, has the hub. So that is a new feature I didn't know about with Lian Li, but that's kind of cool. I do wish, though, that Lian Li would come in and sell the reverse blades in a pack of 3 instead of having to buy singles, and then maybe give a discount because you're buying so many. But that's not a thing yet. So outside of the fans and the cooler, we're going to be using the memory here, which is the G.Skill Trident Z5 Neo RGB at 6000 megahertz, and it's a CL28, so it's a really low timing for DDR5, but it's 64 gigs, so there's two 32 gig sticks here. And then we're going with PCI Gen 5 with the SSD, which is going to be a Samsung 9100 Pro. And then a Lian Li support bracket for the graphics card, of course, over here. I just grabbed that because I wasn't sure if this case has it in the hardware or not, but just to be sure, we have it. Next, of course, the RTX 5090 is the card that we're going to be running today. And it's the Astral by Asus, the ROG Strix Astral. I don't know if you guys can pick up that background noise, but just give me a second here. I'm going to go solve the background noise real quick and switch this view. So give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so the RTX 5090, like I was saying, is the Asus ROG Strix Astral, which is one of the best cards you can get. This card specifically features a fourth fan on the backside of the card. So kind of interesting design by Asus, and I think we've seen it before. The Founders Edition actually kind of introduced the idea, I think, the original idea. So really curious to see what it does with temps with that fourth fan. This build is big. Yes, Jackie. Probably a 3K build. No, this is beyond 3K. The graphics card alone was 3,400. So that'll give you an idea. Gaming PC for sure, definitely. Where you get a 5090. So this one came from Micro Center. If we're doing a big build like this, I like to purchase from Micro Center because I can get specific warranties through them right now. And so if I need to replace this card on the fly really quick, I can take it back and get it replaced immediately. So this card is from Micro Center, and same with a couple other components. But because they're not available online, like this cooler is hard to find online. This motherboard isn't difficult to find, but I did purchase it from Micro Center. The CPU I purchased from Micro Center because Micro Center has the best pricing on that CPU, but overall, the rest of it came from online dealers. Jackie Hunts, is it just me, or does the 1,000 plus watt power supply all have a long block build, unlike normal square? Yes, most of them do, but the Vertex does not have that design. So it is your typical square design instead of the rectangle lengthy back to it. So the Vertex by Seasonic does not have that massive length. Hey, what's up, Casey? Welcome back to the Build Show. Frowler, welcome back to the Build Show. Yes, it's the Astral 5090. Let's go, Ben. Great channel. Great work on my PC. No problem. No problem. Ant-Man. Bruh, I'm in Texas and have my setup in a closet. I have no overheating GPU problems, but I leave the door open. So I think most of the people that were bringing the PCs to me with overheating problems, this one was a unique problem, but most of the people that are bringing the PCs to me don't have your traditional AC, so there's no AC. When it heats up outside, temps kind of increase in the house, obviously. So I think that was part of the problem with quite a few of the temperature issues we've been experiencing. Melissa Morgan over on the Facebook, thank you for the follow. Gary Moore, thank you for the sub. I missed that about 15 minutes ago. Guy, thank you for the like over on Facebook as well. But good Christ. What, $20? What's $20? Does that AIO fit with the 8070EE? I had to remove my heatsink with the Liquid Freezer 3. Might just be an offset mounting issue. Yes, the reason why the Liquid Freezer 3 struggles to fit with this cooler, which I do know what you're talking about, I have ran into that, is because of this. Well, one, because of the offset mounting by the cooler, so it's a little offset, which makes the cooler lower than where it should be on the socket. And then you have this massive heatsink on the SSD here, which is risen up to where the tubes are connecting to the block. So that's where the problem is with the Liquid Freezer 3 on this board. So if you are building with this board and you are trying to build with the Liquid Freezer 3, you are going to run into that problem. The only solution is to remove this heatsink, and if you still need a heatsink for your SSD, you'll have to supply a aftermarket heatsink for your SSD. That's the only solution that I know of. I would have went 6400, Austin. I think 6000 is more than enough with DDR5. I think the more important thing was to get the lower timings. So the CL28 was ideal, especially for AMD. The lower you can get that CL timing, the better performance you're going to get out of your RAM. And I think it'll make up the 400 megahertz difference between 6400 and 6000. That's usually the more important number, is the timing over the speed. i7 28 or 285K. Sorry. Good for gaming? Yeah, that's good CPU for gaming. 265K? Yes. Bro, my friend uses a Threadripper 1920X for gaming. Yeah, it's a little overkill. But in some cases, if you do need the PCIe lanes that a Threadripper offers, that a traditional desktop CPU doesn't offer, then that's usually the reason why people go to Threadripper, or they need just the straight up core count that they're getting. So Luke, what's up, man? Welcome back to the Build Show. Hi, Ben. Lots of hate about Asus out there. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of hate everywhere. There's a lot of hate for Asus. It's really hard to navigate today's YouTube world, because, you know, people will watch Linus, or people will watch Jay's 2 cents, and then people will watch, and everybody has their own opinion, obviously, and I haven't experienced the issues that they've experienced yet, so I don't know. I don't really have the opinion yet. I've listened, and I've heard their complaints and their stories and the issues, but you can't really deny that Asus and their hardware is some of the best. So when a customer comes to me and says, hey, I want the best, this is going to be the best. Usually is going to be Asus, regardless if they have weird issues in the return department. But I haven't ran into any of those problems yet. So if they have issues, I'm pretty confident Asus will correct them, especially with all the flack that they're getting from all the major YouTube channels. So, oh my gosh, 3,400 for a 5090. Yeah, you can pretty much buy a used car with this card. That's pretty much what you could do. I want to save up for 5 years and get myself a Threadripper PC on my 40th birthday. That would be pretty dope. Pretty dope. I'm gaming one gaming PC or an old Mustang for 5K used. Exactly. I was just going there. You could have fun either way. So you can either have fun at your desk gaming and drive a virtual Mustang. Maybe he sets up a wheel and pedals and drives a virtual one. I don't know. You could pretty much, the sky's the limit with the 5090 at that point. And you could game in 8K. So you could game in whichever resolution he prefers. I know I know, procrastinate. Yeah. No, you're fine. Hey, what's up, Sass? What's it like? What's this like? $4,500 build? No, it's just north of that. I mean, think about this card being $3,500, this power supply being like a $300 power supply, this cooler being like a $300 cooler, this motherboard being like a $500 motherboard, CPU being like a $500 or 400. It's like 380 or something, a $300 and something CPU. Your storage is like $200. Your RAM's like $300. Then all the Lian Li streamers, the fans, it all adds up. It adds up fast. Thanks for your perspective about Asus. Jay is off the rails, PO'd at. I know, he might have his reason to be pissed off at them. There's nothing that, and he has his right to have his opinion on it. So, I can't say, hey Jay, you're an idiot for not liking Asus anymore. I mean, if he had a bad experience, or if he knows of a bad experience and he thinks that's what he believes in, then, you know, that's what he believes in. So I don't disagree with what he's saying at all. I'm just saying I haven't had the bad experience, and I've built with quite a few. I've done a lot with Asus, so I haven't had that experience yet. So maybe it's volume. How big is the case? So the case that we're building in, I know we didn't finish going through everything here. We kind of stopped at the graphics card and then kind of went off on a tangent once I was reading the chat there trying to catch up. But we're going to be doing the ROG Strix X870 EE gaming Wi-Fi motherboard. So this will get him his PCIe 5.0 support that we need, because we have a PCIe 5.0 storage. So we have the Samsung 9100 Pro, 2 terabytes of super ultra fast storage. And I think we are planning to bring the storage over from the old system onto the new. I may not do that on the stream. I might do that after we get the build up and after Windows is installed, and then we'll bring the storage over. Next is the power supply. I know we kind of briefly talked about it, but it's the Seasonic Vertex 1200 watt 80 plus platinum power supply. And then we also have some streamers. There is going to be a possible issue with the streamers with the 16 pin for the graphics card. And I've read, because I haven't built with this card yet, I've seen it, and I'm pretty sure we could plug this in, but some of the recommendations is not to use a streamer on this card, so I'll take a look at it when we go to install it. If it's not going to fit correctly, I'm not going to run it. So I'm going to take the streamer out if it does not fit properly. And the reason why is because of the fan shroud that encases the connection. It typically doesn't allow this connection to complete fully. So if that is the case, then we're not going to run the GPU streamer. We'll just run the standard power supply cable from the power supply, or I'll replace it with a fancy looking 16 pin cable. Hey, what's up, Panda Bear? Welcome to the Build Show. Let me get to that comment in just a second. I'm going to catch up on the YouTube chat, which is super busy right now. So I'll come back to your comment, Panda Bear. I know it's pretty quiet over there on Twitch side, so hold on. So how big is the case? It is a O11 Dynamic Evo by Leon Lee, which is an ATX mid tower. So it is pretty decent sized case. It's a dual chamber tower, so it's pretty wide, and it's a pretty tall tower, so it's pretty good size. Monster build, congrats. Yeah, congrats to Joseph. Never had any issues with ASUS. I only use ASUS ROG parts. Yeah, there's a lot of different feedback that I've gotten on ASUS, so it's hard to determine whether or not it's actually a problem. And I'm not going to sit here and preach or throw dirt on something or say, hey, don't buy ASUS until I experience the problem, and then I can bring my problem or my experience to you and then share it that way. So I'm not going to sit there and say, but I will say I do steer clear of ASRock boards right now because of the problems that they've been having. But that's because, again, I'm trying to build the best possible experience for the customer, and if ASRock is not going to be the best experience, then I'm going to avoid it. And I've also personally had issues with ASRock boards, and that's going back to the 400 series boards. So it's been a rocky road, bumpy road with ASRock with their motherboards. The graphics cards, on the other hand, are pretty good, but the motherboards have been hit or miss, and I'd rather not have the problems. You know, I'd rather build a solid PC and not hear from the customer until they're ready for upgrades or ready for a new build. You bought a 4090 today. Nice. Switched out my 7900 XT. Well, that's quite an upgrade. Yeah, how much? 2500. Woof. That's a good price too, or a steep price. So I'm giving them a shot. Yeah, give it a shot. Give it a shot. Let me know if you notice any major performance differences between the 5090 and the 7900 XT. What's for dinner? I haven't eaten yet tonight. I'm sorry. I had lunch. Haven't eaten dinner. I don't know. Kind of a fend for yourself dinner night. All right, let's go back over to the comment on Twitch. Mask how much my PC would sell for. Device name. Let's see here. You got an AMD FX 8120 8-core processor, which is actually 4 cores with 8 threads. So it's and installed RAM is 8 gigs. Graphics card is a GTX 1070 Ti, 8 gigs. So I'll be honest with you, Panda Bear, your PC isn't worth as much as you probably want to hear it's worth. I'd say maybe $200. And that's like in a strained market. Right now it is not a strained market. Right now it is a buyer's market. So you might be getting 150 bucks for that. 150 bucks is probably all somebody would pay for that today. And it's not that those components are worth that. You could probably sell those on eBay individually and make way more money. For example, the card you could probably sell for $60 to $80. CPU you could probably sell for 40 bucks. There's probably somebody out there that's looking for one, I'm sure, for a board, for a nostalgic build or something, or replacing one or upgrading one from a FX 6300 or something. Or you could sell the motherboard CPU RAM combo, but the RAM is going to hurt on the sale if you're trying to sell it. 8 gigs of RAM is just not enough today. So bumping that up to like 16 or 32 gigs, even though it's DDR3, would definitely help it sell. I don't know what the storage is, but if you don't have an SSD in there either, that's another thing that's going to hinder the sale and the value of it being a complete PC. So the fact that it is 8 gigs of RAM memory, and if you and its age, of course, and it's DDR3, it's going to hinder its value majorly there. So probably 150 bucks is the highest that you'd get for it today in today's market, or less. Agree. Typical. Just want crisp playback. Watching Ben and others build PCs. There you go. You can watch this in 8K. NVIDIA dropping support for the GTX 700, 900, and 10 series. Sadly, I know that is happening. I actually don't know when that's happening, but I did read about that, or I heard about that, and I was like, I really got sad about that. I did get sad. Soldier, welcome back to the Build Show. Jesse, welcome back to the Build Show, sir. End of this year. Okay, so he's still got the rest of this year. Have you been happy with it, Typical? Asks Luke. It is all right. Was that Asus 5090 just under 3K? No, this was 3,400. It was over at Micro Center. You can look up the price. We just got it. What was it, yesterday or the day before? I don't know. I think it was Sunday when I picked it up. I've been here chatting since the beginning. I'm sorry. It's been busy. The chat's been busy. And I do see, it's like 5,500, 60. Yeah. You're pretty close to the price there, Soldier. Sorry. Chat's going crazy. Or at least it's moving faster than I'm used to reading. So. Better get building, Ben. I know I'm going to be here all night. It's 30 minutes to get through just the introduction to the build. So, but I thought it was a cool story to share with you guys. And also, obviously, we want to go through the build in detail. So if anybody has questions on the build itself or wants to know specifics on the components, you can type in !build and it will spit out all the specs for the build throughout the stream. Uh, 6090, it's probably going to stay around the 32 gigs for a little while, I would assume. I can't see them going any higher anytime soon. All right, so let's move some of these components out of the way and get started. Okay. Let's... Did that go? Okay. Let's get started, guys. So, how is everybody's week been? It's been like 7 days since I've seen everybody. Hoping everybody had a good week. And then, does anybody have any cool plans for 4th of July? We blowing anything up? Celebrating America? America. Ben, can you comment on this owner's intent? This is like a pro gamer build. So I did touch on that a little bit in the very beginning. So he finished school and he really wanted to just go all out on a build. He didn't plan on doing it this early. He was going to wait a little while. But because of the issues that we were having with the graphics card, rather than investing in the old build, he wanted to invest in a new build. So that is what we're doing. He also, I'll confirm it before, I should probably confirm before we go. So he did suggest that he might donate the build, his old build, to the channel, which is ultra cool of him. If he does go through with that, I'm pretty sure that's what he said he was going to do, which would mean we have another build to clean up. Which the last one we did clean up. I did find a kid that's having some issues with his PC. I think I talked about it on the last stream, actually. And he's going to get that build that we cleaned up on the stream. And I ended up getting an RX 6600 for it. So he's they ended up purchasing a one of those Dell Optiplex conversions that somebody did and then listed it on Marketplace as a gaming PC. And it's like an old DDR3 Intel 2nd gen or 3rd gen CPU, Dell Optiplex motherboard builds, but in a gaming case, like a cheap gaming PC case. So it's a cheap conversion flip is what I call it. And unfortunately, if you don't know what you're buying and you come in and you buy, you think you're getting a gaming PC and you're not. You're just getting old hardware in a new case, and all it was problems for them. So I felt really bad for the kid because they saved up some money to buy the PC, and then they bought from that guy, and they kind of got screwed. So kind of cool that I have a PC that's way better than that one that was donated to the channel, and so we're going to give that to him with an RX 6600. I just got the graphics card in. I bought it on eBay used. So I got to test it, and then we'll put that together, and then he'll be getting that build when we're done with it. So just wanted to give you an update on that one. Let's see what people are talking about for the day, for the week. And is Joseph in the chat? I believe he is watching. I don't know what platform from though. I believe he's watching from YouTube. Ben's sweating so hard with all this money on his hands. No, this is not the most expensive build that I've done. So this is nothing. We don't see many builds at this level on the web. Yeah, I know. Most of the time, a lot of people are coming to me to try to get the most bang for their buck, and you know, I do try to help them with that. So it's typically a situation where, you know, somebody comes in with like $1,000. Hey, I want to get the most I can out of this, and that's where we try to work with. So that's why you typically see more budget style builds. It's because it's usually 1,000 and under. Yeah, I am LOL glad to share this with y'all. There's Joe right there, Joe Cook in the chat. I gotta work 4th. Oh man, I'm sorry, Soldier hard. Working, LOL. Well, for the record, guys, I will also be working on that open loop build that's still not done. So I have 3 days to get it done because I told them I will have it done on Saturday. So I have tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday to get it done. So I have to work on. I'll be probably plumbing it or filling it on Friday and testing. So that is, and then of course doing the Windows install. So that'll be cool. And I have been recording the build as I go through, so I think I'm gonna put together a long series of videos because it's a lot of content. Or just a really fast version of it, me going through talking about what I'm doing and etc. Like an overview. But it's quite the build, and some of it doesn't make sense because there's some things I would have changed, but we're well beyond that since the parts were purchased so long ago. Let's see. Barbecue and fireworks. Let's blow some stuff up, Kenneth. Celebrate America. Yeah, I think we're just going to be barbecuing in the evening with some family, and that's probably it. Good, it's been a big week for America. Stock market is way up. I know, I have noticed that, Luke. I'm waiting for all my my stock guys to come in and say I want a PC for trade, for day trading. Bro, can I get a PC or a graphics card? So typically the way I try to do it is stay local, but if we find somebody in the community that, you know, deserves it and the community wants to, basically it's the community, so you got to convince the community around Empower Gaming Computers that you need a PC and why. But don't go around begging for one. We try to help out as many people as we can with what we have, and you know, I think we've done a pretty good job getting it to the right people that need it. So why is that a must-have to happen with new motherboard? What do you mean by that? Good way to game on cheap. Oh yeah. Hey Ben, how can we sponsor a build to donate? Sponsor a build to donate. So if you want to do a sponsor, or if you want to donate for a build, you could reach out to me on the Discord channel. If you're not in the Discord channel, Kenneth, you can join the Discord channel by typing in !Discord in the chat, and it will produce the link to join the channel. But that's probably the best way to start a recommendation, or if you're looking to donate. I think Twitch has a donation button. You can also donate, which will donate directly to the channel as well through PayPal on the Twitch side. I'll have to produce a link for that so you guys can use the command for it in the chat. I don't think I have one set up in YouTube, on YouTube side, which is kind of stupid. Yeah, now that I think about it, it's kind of stupid. I'd love to join your live streams or whatever you're streaming. Add me on Discord. Mandem, you can join the Discord. You're welcome to join our Discord channel, which is !Discord if you'd like. But I don't join Discord while I'm streaming. The 5090 is making him nervous? No, I'm just trying to catch up on the chat because I asked a bunch of questions like, how's everybody doing? And I don't want to be a jerk and not read it. I don't want to be that guy. I try to read everything, but lately it's becoming more and more difficult to read all of the chat. So if I missed your chat, put a bunch of exclamation points, get my attention, and yell at me and say, Ben, you missed my chat. Okay, so Ryzen 7 9800X3D going in. I just broke the seal, so that was me that broke that. But we're going to go ahead and put the CPU into the socket. Drop it in there. Gently, of course, for Robert. And then we're going to install our contact frame over the CPU. We're going to get this guy out of the box. I don't like to ever expose the pins until I'm ready to drop that CPU in there. So typically I'll have the CPU in the other hand ready to go, and then I'll expose the pins, because that reduces the possibility that something could go wrong or something drops into the socket and bends pins. Just a build tip. All right, next we're going to install our Thermalright AM5 contact frame. This is version 2 by Thermalright. What this does generally is it replaces this mechanism, which is why I haven't closed it. So we're going to remove these 4 screws, pull this bracket off, and then we'll install this bracket replacing that mechanism for locking. But what it does typically, or for the most part, is, and it's more effective on Intel than it is on AMD, but it'll keep the surface of the CPU as flat as possible. And the flatter the surface is for the CPU, the better the contact it'll have to the cooler, and the better the contact you have, the better cooling results you will have. So that is the idea around the contact frame. It's definitely not a requirement. You could just run the stock. The difference is maybe a couple degrees in the temperatures, and for the $7 that the contact frame costs, in my opinion, it's worth it. It also keeps the CPU off the edges of the keeps the CPU thermal paste off the edges of the CPU. So this AMD Ryzen design has a bunch of edges. CPU thermal paste likes to get down there in between those edges, and I just like the contact frame as well because it keeps the thermal paste from getting down in there. Not fully, but it definitely helps. This will be included with your hardware, because if we ever return this board, we will need this as well as the plastic cover here that comes with it. It always comes with the build. You have a business account with Micro Center. I build around 4 PCs a month, and they will often not sell me GPUs and CPUs. Yes, I have the same issue. I do not have a business account. I'm trying to set up a more of a content creators account with them. So, kind of like a partnership is what I'm actually trying to do with Micro Center, and they haven't gotten back to me on that. Even though I went in and talked to the general manager, I was like, "Hey guys, I do a ton of builds. You guys want to help out on some of the community builds or the, you know, the builds that we're giving to kids that need them?" You know. The donation builds, so to speak. They helped out on one build, and that was a build for, who was it? Drawing a blank now. Holy smokes. We did a donation build, and Micro Center actually donated the entire build. Or they, not the entire build. I'm sorry. They donated like a $400 credit to him to walk in the store, and they actually, what they did donate was space. So basically, we walked in the store, we picked out our parts, we purchased it, and then they also had a credit for him to use, so he was able to use that to buy like a monitor or something. And then they gave us a space in the back of Micro Center so that we could build there at Micro Center, which was super cool, because then we could just build the PC there. Unfortunately, that was during the time when we had my wife's mother-in-law in the hospital, so I was all over the place. I did not have my camera equipment when I got there. I had forgotten it at home, so we did not record it. Called it a day, got the build done, and he was super stoked about the build. Alright, so we've got the CPU installed finally, and the contact frame installed. Now, we're going to go ahead and install our DDR5 64 gigabytes, which is the G.Skill Trident Z5 Neo RGB, which is AMD Expo certified. This is 6000 megahertz CL28. That's a really good, super fast snappy kit, and it has RGB. What to do with my old 1070 and 1660 Ti? You could always resell that, make some of your money back, your upgrades. Or you could put it in the PC that you've been talking about, Ant-Man. So we're putting that in slots A2 and B2. Let the record be known. Backup for system failure testing, Ant-Man, and builds for kids and grandparents to open their email and surf the web. There you go. What's a TV browsing PC? It's like a multimedia PC, kind of like what you're talking about in the Discord channel. Oh shit, I think I'm supposed to... I just realized I'm supposed to say boxes. Hold on. I was throwing boxes away out of habit. Hold them out. Okay. Next up is our Gen 5 SSD, which is a Samsung 9100 Pro, 2 terabyte. This thing is almost double. Actually, it is just over double the speed of your Gen 4, faster Gen 4 performance SSDs. Super fast SSD. Now, if I remember correctly, this board does have a scenario where it disables or cuts the performance in half, but I think that was only on the Intel boards that I was looking at. So I'm going to put it in the top slot, and then I'll double check. Or should I double check now? I should probably double check, but I'm going to put it in the top slot. And the double check, of course. Be sure. So for the record, this is one heatsink. Quite the engineering they have on these boards now. The spring-loaded clip. Interesting. But you also have another slot here. I'm gonna have to double check that slot. There was a unique situation with them. Highlight my message. No! One down to the right. Not the top slot? Okay. Hold on, everybody's freaking out. So what's C9, what is this top slot then? Because usually that's PCIe 5. Remind me, Gen 4? Okay. So one down to the right, so you want it in this one? Here? I'm gonna look up the manual. Now you got me questioning myself and my life. Let's look up the manual to be sure. Ah. Thank you for the like over there on Facebook, Jesse. A little bit late, but, you know. I want to be able to explain why I'm doing what I'm doing. So usually the right way to do this would be to have checked your motherboard manual, of course, before you started dropping your SSD in. But I like to pretend I know things, so here we go. Let's go into manual and documentation on the website. And we are looking for the English version of the manual. And then we are scrolling through. Thank you, Michael, for the like and the share over on the Facebook. Appreciate you. What's Max doing? Max is snoozing right now. He had his dinner, and now he's just snoozing. Sounds like a lot of us like to kick back and watch YouTube videos on YouTube. I mean, I like to do that too. I just like sitting around just watching and learning. Okay. Maybe I went too far here. So this is M.23. This is actually M.21, and this is M.2. So M.21, M.22, and M.23. So this would be M.21. You are correct, B9. But let me see if it hinders any of the performance on the X16 slot. But sometimes, especially on Intel boards, if you plug in a drive on PCI, the M.21, and it's a Gen 4, this is an example for, or PCI Gen 5, it'll hinder performance on the PCIe slot. So that's what I want to confirm next. Yeah, 3. Actually, the M.23 slot supports PCIe 5. It does support it. So this slot technically does support it. With the 9000 series and 7000 series CPU. So this actually is PCIe Gen 5. It is not Gen 4. But the chipset slots, which is M.24 and 5, do not, or those are PCIe Gen 4. And then if you had an 8000 series CPU, then your M.21, M.22, and M.23, 2 and 3 actually are disabled. They don't get supported at all. And the Gen 1, or the PCIe M.21 gets switched to PCIe 4 with an 8000 series CPU. But with the 9000 series, all 3 of these slots are actually PCIe Gen 5. Now let's see if there's anything hindering the performances here. I'll move it still to the 1 because I typically would want the SSD in M.21. But I don't see anything indicating that it will hinder any performance on the PCIe slots. So, should be good there. So I'm going to move it over here to this one. But then, way easier to install in because it's toolless. I feel like I've done this before on this board. I'm about to do what Max is doing. Oh yeah. I plan on doing that after this show. We're gonna eat and then take a nap. There we are. And then we'll put the seat back on. There we go. Good to go. Okay, so next is we're going to get our brackets out for our cooler, because I'm pretty sure we removed these stock brackets, and the Lian Li cooler has specific brackets that we need to mount to. And I usually try to have those installed before I put the board into the case. So I'm going to go ahead and get those out, which is going to be located in the cooler box, which we're using the Lian Li Galahad 2 LCD with the Infinity fans, SL Infinity. Which apparently they changed the connections on these fans, which I was talking about earlier. Kind of threw me for a loop. I didn't know they did that. How you open box? Okay. I see. And then I'm just going to get the cooler out and set it over here to the side. Tasty. What was the question? Couch TV browsing is underrated. It seems extremely chill versus a painful office chair. No, I agree with that. Definitely. Either that or you're sitting in a painful office chair trying to play Call of Duty and just getting sweated on by all the sweats or other games. Because you just can't accept that you suck at games. Not a personal experience, I'm just saying. Moving on. Not sure if a used 5700X for $110 is a good price. 5700X. The CPU, $110 used. That's kind of high. Because you could go to Micro Center and buy one for 120 bucks brand new. They're like 120 bucks right now. Or actually less. I don't know why I'm opening this one. Kind of dumb. Need this one. Up to 83 inches. Holy smokes. This looks like the correct contact. Where's the instructions? Would help if I was reading the instructions correctly. Dude. Trying to make Joseph extremely nervous. Maybe I shouldn't have had him build it for me. Okay. AMD platform is simple. We got the 2 brackets here that come with the cooler. And if there's screws, I think we just reuse those. Pretty sure we just reuse the screws that come out. So, pretty simple. Simple. Let me follow the instructions to the T, just to be sure. Yep, that is the correct orientations they are asking for. Not the biggest fan that those brackets are actually plastic. I've had a lot of issues with plastic brackets in the past. But, see. Alright, so now that we have the CPU, the contact frame, the cooler brackets, the RAM, and the SSD installed, we could peel some peels before we put this in there. And then, probably gonna see last. Because that one likes to get muddy. That would be good. Also, don't forget the peel down here. And it always gets stinky over time. Asus boards usually has a peel on this tip here. Okay. Peel on the push. Well, let's get the case out and put it in there. Let's get zoomy. PC jewelry. Jackie, more I think. 1K. The motherboard was like 500 bucks. The CPU was like 300 and something. The RAM was like 300 and something. The SSD was like 200 and something. Or 300, or I don't even know what the price is on those anymore. They keep fluctuating because it's PCIe 5. this here is the Lian Li 011 Dynamic Evo. Wonderful. Beautiful case. Toolless entry. If you just reach here to the back by this red sticker and pull up and lift it, you'll be able to remove the glass. Very easy toolless entry design. I can't remember if the front glass had a screw on the top or not, but the back top panel is removed with 2 thumb screws, which should be toolless, but they're on there thinking a tornado was going to rip this thing off. So I'm just going to save my thumbs and undo it with the screwdriver. Probably because of the powder coating or something. That's removed, and it does not look like we have any screw with the front glass. But I am going to remove that. Oh. Then the back panel, again, will be toolless as well. Let's fix that focus problem. Sorry about that. But it's toolless as well. Here at the top, if you grab the ledge and pull, it'll release. Very simple to gain access. And then this is actually a hinged panel. You can mount 2.5-inch drives here. Typically, we're not working with 2.5 inches here, so we don't generally use this. I'm just going to leave this on here for the build. It is magnetic. So there's 2 magnets here, one at the top and one at the bottom, that will hold it closed when you're moving it around, but it does like to flap around. So when you're working in your build and that happens, you generally will want to be mindful of this back here so you don't bend it. Next is we're going to be putting fans in right here. So we're going to remove these mounts, which would allow for additional mounting, but we're going to put fans there. So we're going to remove these 2 panels. That's really all that we're going to have to do to customize the PC case. This case is a case that you can rotate, so flip it upside down and make it a lefty case instead of a righty case. So that is always an option if your build is sitting on the left side instead of the right side, but just be mindful everything's going to be upside down inside the case. So I've had somebody have me do a reverse build like that, and then they're like, why is everything upside down? I'm like, well, it has to be. So anyway, Joe, this is a question for you. Do you want the bracket here? There's a bracket, a black bracket here that provides support, but is not necessary. We can remove that if you want glass on glass on the edge without the black bracket there. It's purely aesthetics at that point. The bracket, what it does help with is if you put a lot of weight on the top of the PC, which you shouldn't be because it's all exhaust, then it will help support that weight. It also helps support it in transit, so if I was to ship this PC, I would definitely ship it with this bracket on there. But for the portal transportation that you're going to be doing, it'll be just fine if we lay it in its box on its back like so, with the graphics card facing up. Should be safe without this. So just let me know, Joe, if you want me to remove this, and I'll remove it. So that way the edges are glass on glass without the bracket there. Sorry, M.2 number 3's cuts the top PCIe X8 versus 16. So, no, it's okay. Wait. C9, what you're saying is M.2 number 3 cuts the top PCIe to X8 versus X16? So that's the one that does cut performance, because they didn't indicate that in the manual just when I read it. Let's see here. I think we got a pretty good deal on that CPU, Jesse, to be honest, at Micro Center. Top tier motherboard. Yes, it's a pretty nice board. Hey, board, Joker. How's it going, man? If I missed you earlier, I apologize. Okay, not counting the RAM and SSDs, I was about there. That's what, yeah. Got to put the front I/O on the side, not the front with this case. So yes, that is also an option. Good point, Soldier. Is the front I/O, which is this bottom modular unit, you can move this all around. You can move this all around. So right now it's on the front, but down here, this is a modular piece that you can remove and move it over here to the side. Let me see if I can get a better view at this. There, that's a lot better. So we can move this modular front piece, front panel connector connection, which has your front panel USBs, and you can move that over here to the side. You can also move it back here, and that's if we were to reverse it, etc. So lots of options here, really, which is really cool about this case. So, not that we're going to be using any of those features. If he wants me to move that module, I could do that for him as well, unless he just wants it on the front. Whichever's easier. Depends on how close his mouse pad is to the side. You know, if he plugs anything in, is his mouse pad going to run into stuff on the side? Then you want it on the front. Hey, Porkish Glory, welcome back to the build stream. Yeah, that's what I read, or that's what I've seen on the V100 as well. Kind of a little bit of a cheap. Keep the bracket, please. Okay, we'll keep the bracket. Joe has asked for the bracket to stay. Less wires. Oh, we could just remove the whole thing. Yeah, you could. You could. Actually, I'm curious. Does this board have two? So I'm pretty sure this case has two. I can't remember if it does or does not, but it does either way, regardless. So, and I'm talking about USB 3.0's remove it. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and put the motherboard in here, and we're gonna get this thing mounting. Where's the? Get this thing mounted. Drop the board in. Gently. Very nice. Of course, with anything that's Lian Li, lines up perfectly. Then we're going to get our hardware out for the case, which is what we're going to use to mount the motherboard. And I'm double checking. There is a graphics card anti-sag bracket here, provided by the case. We're going to take a look at that one. I do have the other one as well as an option. But if I remember correctly, this one is a pain in the ass to use with the, with the ROG Strix card, so I'm probably not going to use it. Okay. We're probably going to use the other one. That is all. Alright. Let's get this thing done. Speed up the build then. We're going to be here all night. I got an early day tomorrow too, so it's gonna be nice. I love how Lian Li is one of the only case manufacturers that I've seen that recesses the 120 exhaust so that it doesn't block the motherboard. Yeah, that is actually a really cool feature and a good point to actually talk about. But yes, it does do that. Pretty rare to find a manufacturer that cares this much about their designs. That's why I always say Lian Li is the way to go for your case. Yeah, they're brilliant. That's a good way to put it. Yo, I'm sorry we're going late tonight. Hopefully you don't have anything super insane planned tomorrow morning. Typically we get started earlier, but the day just kind of got away a little bit from us. Okay, we're all mounted up and good to go. That is that. Next, what I'd like to do is get as much of the cables done before we start putting in the radiator. I'd like to get the fans in as well, for the side, the bottom, and the rear. The EPS cables for the CPU power done, as well as any of the front panel stuff plugged in. As much of it as possible before we put the AIO in. Typically it becomes a little bit more difficult to work up here. This case is a lot more roomy, so it wouldn't be that big of an issue, but in most builds I usually do the AIO pretty close to last, just because of how it generally will take up a lot of space up here, and it just makes it more difficult to work in. So I do like to plug everything in and then get the AIO installed. So we're gonna go ahead and get the front panel stuff plugged in. Oh, now I remember why I wanted it. I like to keep those separate. I might have a block here. A hub. We'll see. We'll see when we get to the fans. Alright. We've got USB 3, USB-C. You know that both of those can be found over here. This way. We've got HD audio, which I'm going to run underneath this cable over to the bottom here. Kind of tuck this one away down here. Nice and neat like. And then we have our front panel power connector, which should be, I think, right here on the board. And then we have a SATA power connector for the RGB on the case, and then an RGB sync cable for it as well, which should be, show this, more sense to do it this way. Should be over here. Okay, now I'll flip that over, or do we want to get these plugged in? We could get these plugged in too. This is for the Lian Li, the block, or hub, did I say? I believe this one's for the hub, yep. This one is optional splitter cable. We don't need that. Okay. That goes to a USB 2.0 header. Goes that panel I was talking about. Yeah, nice. Yeah. On the money. On the money here. That hurt. Kinda hard not to be on the money with this case. And motherboard. Let's see here. Lots of cats. Hey, Meika. Welcome to the build show. I bought a PC from you a year ago, and it's been so awesome playing on it still. Nice. Nice. Good to hear. I don't remember the exact build. Obviously, a year ago. I've done so many. But it's awesome to hear. If you need any help with any of the upgrades, or if you need any help with drivers or anything, because it's been a while, or even a BIOS update, feel free to reach out. Be happy to help you out. Can give you some recommendations on upgrades if you're interested in upgrading it. Yeah, definitely want to make sure you get, let's use it for the Lian Li hub. What are you talking about? I removed the hard drive cages on my case too. Yeah, those, we're going to be putting fans here. So I'm going to keep that because I might be using it for the hub. I don't know. And it also makes the cable management look way cleaner until you open the door, of course. Not going to early adopt into BTF unless BTF comes standard. The constantly sell out, and the power connection was just tested at 1900 watts and stable, so it might be necessary for higher power cards in the future. Interesting. That's a good point to talk about, because that probably will become a thing. Higher power supplies. They seem to be just going in one direction. I'm not talking about the band, the boy band. Man, that pin really did a number on my nail. I got pinned. One of the pins went underneath one of my nails. My hand hurt. Kind of leaving a stinging sensation. Alright, so there's our USB-C and USB 3.0 connection. Those are all done. All of our front panel stuff is taken care of, including our hub for Lian Li, which we might be putting in a second. Let me look at this. I'm just going to pop one of these fans open and check, because I'm not convinced 100% here. He sold me on it at Micro Center, and I should have just stuck with my original plan. Yeah, these only have 2 cables that come with it. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? Or 1 cable. This is not the right cable, bruh. We might have to use the other hub that I was planning on, and I'm pretty sure I have one here. This is not the right cable. That's what I was trying to tell him at Micro Center. He didn't listen to me. He ensured me that I was right, or that I was wrong. I ensure him that I think I'm right. Mr. Justin, I'm calling you out live here on the channel. Letting you know we have the improper amount of cables for our fans. We have 1, 2, 3 cables that we need. 4 total for the hub. And we only have 1 cable, which is why I wanted the hub. Now I understand why. Makes sense. Let me go double check to make sure I have a hub. Pretty sure I do. So this is the Lian Li goodies box that I have. Lots of stuff in here. I think we're looking for an SL hub. Unique fan AL. I think that's the same. No, that's the same as the new hub. Can I use these with the Infinity fans, the SL? I don't think so. Maybe you can. Can't remember. I cannot remember. The cables that I actually really need, not the, not necessarily the hub. Oh yeah, then I got one of these. Aha. Aha. SL Infinity 120. This is it. Brand new one. Now I just need cables. I'm sure I have a bazillion of. This is why I keep crap like this, okay? Don't judge me. I should have like a bazillion of these cables sitting around here somewhere. In this box. These are all the ones that come with the fan, which I don't want. I want the ones that plug into the hub. That's probably all in this bag. Nope. Nope, nope. Nope. Oh, look, it's so hot here. There's a splitter for it, but I don't need that. Nope. 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 Yeah, this sucks. There's one. That actually goes with the new hub. Could use. Dude. Right now? Oh, that's actually. Oh. Does anybody have any cables sitting around for the SL Infinities that I can get like in 5 minutes? Oh, here's one. Got a white end to it. Throw that off to the side. Why does that have a white end to it? Another one. There's one. Oh, we're getting better at finding them all of a sudden. We need 2 more. Preferably black. These are all brand new cables. Just been sitting in a box because Ben doesn't throw anything away for some reason. Another one. We've got the quantity that we need to make this work, but 2 of them are white caps. I don't want the white cap, I want the black cap. Another white cap. Another black cap. Thank goodness. I knew I have them. I know I have them. A matter of running into them. This box of joy. Literally all Lee and Lee. Is that one running away? There you go. Well, I can hide. I know I can hide one of them pretty good. That'll be hard to see. Not the end of the world if it's a white cap, but would prefer it to be black, and I should have just stayed in my stupid plan. buy the pack of 3. Get the hub with the cables. And I'm not doing this. But I just wanted to share the experience of what you have to go through when you build PCs. By the way, I put it in a Thermalright box. How conveniently. Okay, so now that we for sure have the cables and the hub complete the build, and move forward with confidence, not worrying about that. That'll be in the back of my head if I didn't. But the reason why I wanted to do that now is because there is an additional USB 2.0 hub connection that I want to plug in. So, Mr. Justin, over at Micro Center, you know why I'm giving you this look. I should have stuck with my plan and got the 3-pack with the cables and the hub. Could have done that. Hey, what's up, Jeffrey C? Welcome back to the Build Show. Imagine putting 6K on the floor. At least give the PC a worthy small table. Yeah, don't put it there. I mean, I have lots of computer parts sitting on the floor right now. So terrible. All this stuff is personal taste. Good filter system. Yeah. Or paint marker if you got one. I don't have a paint marker, but I do have a black Sharpie. I just don't want the build to smell like a black Sharpie. So I think what we'll do is put it on the top one, or the bottom one in the back here, and it'll hide pretty well. So it'll be pretty hard to see it. Joe Cook. Ben, when you are done with the open loop, we can go to Micro Center together and tell Justin how wrong he is. Oh, he'd laugh. He knows I'm just making fun of him. I told him too. I told him that I was going to bring this up if he was wrong on the stream. So I did give him a fair warning, and he said he was 100% right. For the record, the single fans do not include the correct cables. That is the big problem. To plug into the hub. The hub is there, yes, that's great. But the single fans come with the ARGB 5-volt connector and the PWM splitter, which is something we could use, but then we would not be able to customize all the fans through the Lian Li L-Connect software, the same that we could customize with the fans on the cooler. And we want to be able to have the same experience throughout all of the fans. That was the whole point of buying all Lian Li fans, was to have the same RGB experience throughout all the fans. So, and it simplifies it for you, Joe, so that it's not as difficult to, let's say you want one mode across all the fans, it's the click of a button basically in one software, versus what you would have had to do if we didn't have the hub and we used the splitter cables that came with the fans, is you'd have to control most of the case fans through the Asus Armory Crate, and then the cooler would have to be controlled through the L-Connect 3 software. So it'd be separate. And the L-Connect 3 software actually offers way more customization than the Asus Armory Crate. So major difference in quality RGB experience without that hub. So important to have the hub, and if you're buying singles like they sold me on, then you, and also Lian Li doesn't offer reverse blades in a pack of 3. You have to buy those in single. They don't offer it in a pack of 3. So I was gonna buy a single pack of 3 for one fan here at the top, or at the back for exhaust, and that was gonna be a pack of 3, which would have included the hub, and it was like a $20 difference than buying a single fan and then a hub separate. I don't know if you remember the conversation or not, Joe, but that's what we're talking about, and that's why I wanted to do it, is because these fans that come single do not include those cables that will plug back into the hub on the cooler that comes with the cooler. So that is the explanation as to why we just went on this hiatus. If you absolutely must put a PC on the floor, make sure to use a Noctua IPPC 3000 industrial fans. This way you never have to vacuum clean anymore. Yeah, it's like having a robo vacuum on the floor. The way Lian Li wires its fans is so much cleaner than almost all other manufacturers. Yes, Lian Li did this, and then if you notice, the industry is kind of following them. Look at Corsair's newer IQ fans. They're very similar to Lian Li's fans. Very, very similar. Different design, and there is difference in it. And I think Lian Li even had a lawsuit with a couple of manufacturers about this design because they were literally copying them. So, if I remember correctly, I think Steve over at Gamers Nexus maybe did a video on that lawsuit, like he likes to do. Which is it's always interesting to me to see that kind of stuff. Learn what to do and what not to do. Yes, I remember. Thank you for finding me a hub. I knew I had one sitting here, so I'm glad we were able to produce it for you tonight without having any concerns, or waiting, or having me go back to Micro Center tomorrow and pick one up. So, no delays. We're moving forward. All right. So we've got all of our connections plugged in on the board that we need for the front panel and for utilities, we'll call them. And next we have our EPS cables that we want to get plugged in. We could plug in our 24-pin strimmer as well. Oh, that reminds me. We actually want to open up the strimmers because there's going to be one more USB connection for that hub as well, I believe. As well. So we're going to start with the 24-pin strimmer. We're going to get this open up because it is a hub, which I'm pretty sure has a 2.0 header connection as well. We're going to get that plugged in. The reason why I want to do this... Oops. You knock your box of plastic over. Okay, the reason why I want to do this is because once we put the bottom fans in here, it's going to be more difficult to get down in there. And I just want all this plugged in and ready to go. Don't have to worry about it. Good to go. I thought this had a... Yeah, it does. Interesting. This is the wireless version. I've never used the wireless ones before. I always want wired connections, guys. I don't know if I like this wireless approach by Lian Li. Costs more money. Probably costs them less money to manufacture, but because it's wireless and it has the word wireless. Thank you for the sub over there. Hi, Ben. A Ben. A Ben? Samad? Thank you for the sub over on YouTube. PWM fan header. Why does it need a PWM fan header for this? Anyway, it's probably cheaper to manufacture, but because it has the word wireless in it, it's the new buzzword. Everybody wants to charge $1 bazillion for it. So anyway, this is their little wireless receiver that you have. It goes in the back. That is interesting. Or you could just plug it into a USB port in the back of the PC. I did not know that. Even more interesting. But as always, your strimmers come with the white plastics if you want to make it all white. Remove the black plastics. You could remove that and run white as well. If we were doing an all white build, that's something I would have done, but we're running black. We don't need to do that. But it's an interesting receiver idea design. Make this wireless so it communicates with this via kind of like a Bluetooth connection. Got that plugged in there. But it's an interesting design. And get this in. And then we'll get our EPS cables out of the power supply box, get those plugged in, and start tackling these bazillion fans. You can also rotate or change the RGB. So, not that you'd have to do it on the 24 pin because it's pretty much standard always the clips on this side. But on a graphics card, sometimes the clip will be this way, or sometimes the clip will be this way. But this is the non-RGB side, and this is the RGB side, so sometimes you have to flip it, which you can do on these. And I did have a video on how to do that, but I didn't do it for every single one. I just did it for a 888 pin, just to show people that you can rotate that if you needed to. One thing to note with the USB-C being here, and with this particular Lian Li streamer cable, is you have a really fat connection here right at the base, and it is actually pushing really hard up against this USB-C connection. So might not even let me plug it in. So that is a really bad design by ASUS, in my opinion. The clearance there is absolutely terrible. We do have another USB 3 option where I can adapt to it if I needed to, but man, these streamers are coming in hindrance. Can't connect that. See if I can move this. Pretty sure we can. At least on the old ones, we used to be able to move them. I don't think this one does. Okay. We can get it moved. It's gonna look weird at first. So what we do, what's going to happen is when we move this, I'm going to get this plugged in, and then I'll try to place it as closely as possible without really breaking that connection. That's really the only way we're going to get that plugged in there, by undoing that. And what that does is create a little bit of a gap in between the cable and the RGB there, but it'll be really hard to see, so I'm not really too worried about that. But that's about all you could do there in that situation. There we have it. Our connections are completed. We're not rubbing up on that connection. Moving on to UEPS. This is the 1200 watt Seasonic Vertex 80 Plus Platinum. The beast of a power supply. Comes with a tester. You wanted to test your power supply, but I have full faith in Seasonic. Although now that I said that, we're probably going to have an issue. Our new power cord. I got the wireless. It's nice, really easy to use. Yeah, that's what everybody says. Not worried about the usage or the setup. I'm more worried about, does it disconnect ever? Or does it just stop reporting in? I'm always kind of a go wired instead of wireless for more reliability kind of guy. But that's the network guy in me. Okay, that's good to see, actually. They started also, Seasonic also started using the miscolored connections on the 16-pin, which I really like, because if any of the blue's showing, that means your connection is not complete, and you want to address that. And that's regarding your 16-pin high volt, high power connector. Our CPU. So here's our CPU cables. These cables are super nice. Joseph need a maid. I'm game. Joe, I think Tat is looking to find some work with you. Ah, that's what was going on. There's our power connectors for our CPU power. It's all plugged in now. We can start tackling some of the fans, and I'm not worried about any of these connections that I have to tackle after I put fans in or after I put a cooler in. It's all done, good to go. Makes it way easier to build with. Looks like they do include these. I might actually throw these on here. See how much that gets covered up. So, let's start tackling the fans. we're going to put the bottom fans in first, and then we'll do the side fans, and of course the rear. Start tackling the cooler. So what I'm going to do is take this panel out. There's a rack here, 4 fans, or 3 fans on the bottom. Let's remove that rack. I'm going to keep the same orientation that it was in the case, because we're going to place the fans the way we want them and then rotate it. That's the easiest way to always make sure you put them on right. And these are SL Infinity fans by Lian Li. Of course, they have a zillion peels to peel. These are reversed blades as well, if you were curious. And we're going to install 3 of them here on the bottom. Try not to chop the box up, but dang. Let's not poke my eye out. Ben, how long did it take you to get a 5090? Get same day? Okay. I walked into Micro Center and said I want this 5090 and they had it. So that was it. Onra, welcome back to the Build Chow. This is a fancy, great one. Yes, sir. Nothing but the best for Joe. That thing cost almost as much as I spent on my whole PC. Oh, the graphics card? Yeah, probably. Oh, sorry. This is the rear fan. I just unboxed it without looking. My bad. I forgot I unboxed that one. Here's the other one. So these are reverse blades. This is your regular blade. That's why they are different. Maybe if I bring it up closer, you can see the difference. Good call on that though, because I probably would have just put it on there and said blah blah blah. And then found out later, like, oh yeah, that's not supposed to be there. Whoopsie daisy. Joe's like, and I'm having this guy build my PC? Cut me some slack, guys. It's like, what, midnight? I'm only 50% done. We're going late tonight, boys. Now, it should actually go pretty quick after we get the fans installed. The cooler should be very easy to install. I do need to hydrate, though. Yeah, good call. Good call. Good call. I did that on purpose to see if you guys were still paying attention. All right. So we've connected all of them. Now we want to connect our connector. Connect our connector. And I'm going to do it on this bottom one with the white, because it's going to be in the back. It's going to be kind of difficult to see. But since I don't have 3 black ones and I need 3 black ones, and I have 1 single white one that we have to use in the build. I'll go through my cables again and see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure I've got one somewhere. This is going to be probably the most hidden spot. Either that or up here at the top. Let's see. You know what? We're going to do the top one. That's going to be more hidden because it's cooler. Right? We're going to do this one on the top one. The next batch of fans will get that one. And it'll be pretty much invisible. This one you can actually see pretty good, actually. I've changed my mind. I felt like you would not be able to see it, but I changed my mind. There you. Hey, wait, bugger. Got that in there. Alright, I'm gonna just flip it over. Mount these suckers. Move on. Try to center it up as much as possible because we're going to center up the cooler as well. We want to be as geometrically close as possible, or centered up. Just looks way more aesthetically pleasing if you center everything up like that. And no, you don't typically have to put all the screws in here, but I'm going to just keep everything in its place the way it's meant to be. Hey, Damien, what design side is he going with? The sides have two options, right? Yes, we're going with a righty setup. So the build on the right setup. So we're not reversing the case, if that's what you're asking. We are not reversing it. We're staying true to the right. Where are the fans connected to each other on the ends? Yeah. Whoop. Here, let me show you that. Let me almost drop my screwdriver and show you. So each fan has a female side, we'll call this, and then a male side, which has got the pins. And yes, they kind of slide together with a groove on one side and a male groove on the other. They just slide together and lock in. Similar to the Corsair, but this was Lian Li's design before Corsair had their design. So technically Corsair kind of followed suit, so to speak. And so did literally every other fan manufacturer out there. Followed suit. Alright, so I don't like typically peeling these peels until they're in, but I think on the next set of fans we might have to peel them before they go in because of where they're going to be. You know, there is another bracket we can remove, but these peels are really nice. But once you peel them, smudges start happening. Just keep that in mind. Try not to touch them after you peel. And I'm probably going to touch them. I was gonna say, what did I do wrong? How did I mess this up? But I didn't. Are there new Unifan design? No, these are the SL Infinities. So, the originals. The OG Infinity. Alright, we could go ahead and put this one in too. Then we'll do the side ones. Since I've already got this one unboxed, let's just do it. Oh, I do need some fan cables. Or fan screws. Fan cable and the fan screw. Fan screw? Fan screw here. I think we found the fan screw. Isn't Liam Lee a German company? I feel like they're German. Let me confirm that. Oh, no, that's Thermal Grizzly. Thermal Grizzly's the fan screws. A couple of them that look pretty relatively close to the same and are not beat up. Close enough. That'll do. Das sprechen Sie Deutsch? Nein. Alright, we're gonna peel it. We're gonna get our fingers all over this one just for you, Joe. Shoot. Me. Oh. I do want to get this one as level to the board as possible. For the aesthetics. And also, I don't want to completely fight the AIO cooler at the top. See how low we can get this. How low can you go? Then I believe the male ends twist off. And come off. Twist male end twist off. Wait, what? You believe the male ends twist off? No, the tabs on the end. Male ends twist off. Oh. Yeah, no, you could remove those. I'm just gonna leave them. I'm just gonna leave those. Not a big deal. On the fans, yeah. Yep. What he's saying, I'll show you in a single one. I'm not gonna twist them off, but I'll show you what I believe he's talking about. Let's reposition this for the side fans. Take a look at this beautiful thing. And I'm also probably gonna zip tie this guy right here. Let's do that real quick while you look at the beautiful thing. Drop the zip tie in here. I'm gonna be that guy. Then it goes to replace the fan, but it is a modular connection there, so you can remove it. We're good. Come on. There we go. Make it pretty for me. Yeah. I like that. That is why that is there. All right, there we go. Nice. Oh, it got blurry. don't know why the camera takes forever to refocus after I lean in front of it. But we just zip tied the cable a little bit down there, made it look really nice. But coming together, starting to look like a gaming PC, that's for sure. Alright, so this whole panel is actually removable just by a push of a bracket here. So we could remove this whole thing if we wanted to. I don't know if you saw that or not. Because we're out of frame a little bit there. But there's a little button you could push here, and that allows you to release this whole thing. So we could remove it, install it, and then put it in. Which I might just do just for the concept of how cool the case is. So remove the bracket, again, setting it right down where it was, and then we're going to install the fans how we want them. Not to bring up old wounds, but was there ever an update on the credit card scam and Uber driver? Oh gosh. You know, I'd almost forgotten about that. Thank you, Roy. But no, there is no new update on that, other than the cops, the police, or the detectives, should I say is the correct term, have basically told me that they've done everything they could, and he's just going to get away with it, pretty much. So there's nothing we can do further other than we're out, you know, what was it, 12 or 13, 14, I can't remember, $1,200 for a build. And it's gone. It's basically what happened. And yeah, guys, if you want to start ripping off PC builders, use stolen credit cards and then let them eat the whatchamacallit, wow, not enough caffeine, my liege. The chargeback fee. So basically what happens is if you use a stolen credit card and it goes through, the person that you stole the credit card is not the one suffering. The financial institute that provides that credit card is not the one that's suffering. The one that gets screwed is the business that you charge that card on. We get screwed. So that's what happened to me. Somebody bought a PC from me that I had pre-built. So they bought it and picked it up basically within the same like 2 days. And then all of a sudden I got a chargeback like a week later. And I was like, what the hell is this? And then I found out, oh, stolen credit card. Nice. So you always have to be careful. As a PC builder, one, if the credit card doesn't match the name, don't let it go through. Or let it go through and don't release the product until you have proof. I don't know. Until you have proof that it is the person. Or the person that owns the credit card has to be the one picking it up. Burden. Good afternoon, Ben. Hope you are well. I'm doing good. How about yourself, sir? The bracket is flippable too to put the fans on the back more. Yes, I know, but I'm just trying to do this so I don't forget, like, oh, the bracket's flipped. But yes, you could flip it to do that. Yes. I'm just being weird. So don't judge me, soldier. Yeah, you could install them. What soldiers are saying is you could install them this way with the blades on this side, and then reinstall the bracket just like so. It just puts the edges of the blades right on, or the back of the fan right on the back. And I'm not that big of a fan of that. I actually like to have a gap between the back panel. So I do like the fans being more pronounced on the inside, and there being a little bit of a gap between the back of the fan and the back of the case. So typically I'll install it like this, leaving that gap here because I do want the extra gap between here and the back of the case. So that's usually what I do. It just allows more airflow, in my opinion. So it's not just right up on the back of the back panel fighting the mesh. It has more opportunity the other way. Just an opinion. It's not science. I didn't, you know, prove anything by doing that. It's just my preference. That's the right way to put it. It's my preference. No, I know. Yeah, it was a good point, and something that you could definitely talk about with this case and how customizable this case is. It's actually amazing. So let's go ahead and get the rest of these blades in. Rest of these fans, 3 more to go. Yeah. But yeah, I was just teasing you, Roy. Don't worry about it. You as a business owner as well, or as a tattoo artist, knows, and you probably experience the same stuff I do. Same stupid stuff that people do. But you gotta take your blows and then get up and walk away. Learn from it. Don't trust people. Basically what happens. Don't trust people. I'm letting, yeah, I already covered that. I don't know why I'm reading it again. I'm reading it again. Can you hire me for a low price of a 59? I mean, if that's eternal labor, that, I mean, that, you better write a contract up for that one. Oh, thank you for the follow, ex-soldier hard, over on the Twitch side. Thank you. You're on the Twitch and the YouTube. You'll see that it's usually, it kind of goes up and down between Twitch and YouTube. Sometimes Twitch is more busy than YouTube, and sometimes YouTube is more busy than Twitch, so, but generally I can keep track of Twitch chat because I have them separated a lot easier. At least tonight I have been able to. Hey, what's up, Loop? Welcome back to the Build Show over on the Kick side. Been a while. Been a week. You know. And the sub as well. Thank you for the Prime sub over there on Twitch. Thank you, sir. Very generous. Not sure why it told us like 3 times that you were falling, but I'll take it. Oh, it was over on Kick. That's why that happened. Never mind. Thank you for following over on Kick, too. Kick, it's usually probably the quietest. Yep. I gotcha. I was like, wait, why is it telling me? Because so those mini feeds, those are all connected. I don't see... At least it didn't tell me it was on Kick. It actually just threw it right underneath the Twitch notification, so I was like, oh, I don't know why it's telling me again. Oh. Maybe if you were putting it in right, it would work then. Yeah, so these twist off. So if you twist this, you can pop these out if these are ever a problem. I think I've ran into a problem with these before on coolers. So let's say you bought a different cooler, but you wanted these fans on there, and this is right up against the backside of the cooler. You can remove these if you needed to, which is a good point made by Mr. Soldier in the chat. Kick gang, baby, let's go! Luke's got a buddy over there now. Lupino. What is that, French? Nope. No, it seems like a French word. French name. We should be able to hide it pretty well here. Typically, I like to get these fans as low as I can on this bracket. Just because the cooler's there, and I want it for the aesthetics as low as possible. Next time I'm walking into the Micro Center, I'm going to be skipping my way back to the DIY, or the DIY, build it yourself section, to go explain to Mr. Justin my experience and pull it up on the YouTube, just so he can see what I was talking about. Skipping my way down there, through the store. When I see Mr. Justin's face, I'm going to light up with joy and excitement. Tell him he was wrong. Owner, a great build boss. Gotta go play some video games. I always enjoy build streams. Oh, thank you. Well, thanks for hanging out. Definitely, yeah. Go get some games in before the night is over. The night is still young. Make sure to stop in and catch the end of it here. What are we at? 2 hours and 25 minutes. I was anticipating about a 3-hour build. And I think we're going to be at 3 hours and 30 minutes because it took forever to talk about the parts in the beginning. And I've been taking my dear sweet time. Everybody's like, Ben, what are you even doing? And no, it is not a requirement to put every screw in there. I would say at least 2 screws per fan for the Lian Li fans that connect like this. About all you need to do. You don't have to do every single screw, but you know, I'm a perfectionist. We're just going to drop this right in here, line it up. There's a perfect little hole at the top here for this cable, and there you go. Fans are installed. Let's flip it over and see what all our fans look like. Except for the fact that I didn't peel those peels yet. Starting to look like a gaming PC for sure. All we got left is a cooler. Genius Ben didn't peel these, so here we are peeling them after the fact. I thought you were a professional, Ben. Yeah, I thought so. Tempo. That square it up. There we go. Fans installed. Let's throw a cooler. So yeah, all we have to do is we got a cooler to install. We got a power supply to install, a graphics card. Then we just gotta plug everything in the back, all the hubs and stuff. And then, too late for my Comet. Maybe put the corner or connector on the bottom of the fans. I think it'll be more noticeable on the bottom. Sorry, didn't see the comment. I prefer Kick, YouTube, Twitch. Oh, okay. Nice, 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 nice. Will it hide behind the bottom fans? It would, but I think if you, because most people are standing upright, you would see it. So I think it's better in the top position. I think it'll be less noticeable there once we get the cooler in. It'll be covering it up a little bit. It'll be hard to notice it. So I think this is the best hiding spot for that connector, and I'm going to go back and see if I can still find one after I get this build done and we move on from this build. But for the sake of getting the build done, and if it's a major eyesore, I will definitely go back and replace the cable. Also still considering the cable combs for these, depending on how hidden it is from the cooler. So we're just going to stand this up actually and install our cooler, which is the Galahad 2 LCD with the Infinity fans. It does have thermal paste already pre-applied on here. We are going to wipe that and use the Cryonaut Extreme instead. FYI. As we prep the cooler. Once again, another bracket that can be removed from the case to install and then put the cooler in. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do the unethical way and just hold the cooler and mount it in. So, because I'm that guy. Okay? Okay. I'm gonna be that guy. But here's the different connection type that I was talking about in regards to not being able to use the hub that came with the cooler. Here's two different connection types. You guys can see what I was talking about. You got that would have came with the SL Infinity Fan hub or triple pack, and then you have the dual connection, which is the PWM and then the RGB connection for the newer ones. Okay, let's peel the peels. Peel the peels. Shit. I mean, shoot. Das bad. Yep, now my fingerprint's already on one of them. Nice. Stay right there. Hold that thought. Oh, I'm so special. Okay. Now that I've put every fingerprint I could possibly put on this thing, it will now have to wipe off. Here we are. Probably should have just took the bracket off at this point. But I kind of wanted to show you what not to do. Mother trucker. I forgot how magnetic this bastard is. Okay, line this thing up as centered as possible, kind of like what we were talking about with the bottom fan. Bottom fans before, remember? Center it up. You could also position this a little bit further back if you needed to. I like it a little forward. Kind of leaves a little bit of space in the back behind the cooler. And I think it looks better with the bottom fans where they are. Okay, that's kind of shitty. Tighten the screw down and it just strips out. We're getting deep into the music tracks. It's an old one. Okay, so now that we've got the cooler mounted, lay it back down. Bite the door. But I think that's going to be hidden pretty well. Or at least as good as it's going to be. No washers? No, because what was happening as I was tightening them down, they were just, the one stripped out. So I was like, screw the washers. I got 4 or 3 washers in. But it's not giving me enough bite, so the screws are just not long enough. Just shy. Wasn't going to talk about that. Now that you called it out. Liam Lee's radiator screws for this radiator wasn't quite long enough for the case, the thickness. The last one I built went to Soldier in California. I'm glad it did because I lost almost $200 on that build. Oh. Is this build for Soldier guy in here? No, it's not. It's for Joe. He's in... I think he's still watching, unless he fell asleep finally. But we're coming along here. So next thing we're going to do is wipe the thermal paste off of this, which of course I don't have a towel here for this, or I do. I do. Goodness. I don't want to.
Leave it sitting here.
This is the pre-applied paste that we're going to wipe off, which would work just fine. But we're going to put some better stuff on there. So it's nice and clean. Ooh, shiny. Let's go ahead and put our Thermal Grizzly on the CPU. Cryonaut Extreme. Some of the best stuff you can buy. That comes from the fatherland. The reason why I did that, and I'm very generous with the thermal paste, is mostly because of the fact that, well, we have the contact frame on there, so I'm not too worried about getting thermal paste on the side of the CPU or the motherboard, because it's not going to go anywhere. It's going to be pretty well stuck on there. It's not going to go anywhere. So next, now that we're peeled, cleaned, ready to mount, we're going to mount this. Which does clear pretty well. The cooler, or the heatsink there. So, cleared it pretty well. I just have to remember that these are plastic. Not to torque down like crazy on it. Why is this not? The spring tension threw me off there a little bit. Very good. And this would be our pump header. Which one's which? Pump is this one. TP fan one's there. So, I'm actually going to show you guys a trick. Hide this cable a little better. So this goes here, but now we have all this extra cable. and it's gone. Oh, Ben, so yes. New CPU for LGA 1700 socket, Bartlett Lake S, a pure P-core variant. I thought it was a Nova Lake, but it is Bartlett Lake. Got it. Hey, what's up, some giant idiot? Welcome, sir. How have you been? Hope everything's good with you. Guys, does the RTX 5090 has dual channel? I don't know. Damn, this build is crazy. It is. It is insane. Good evening, friends. Behind the motherboard it goes. And it's gone. Just like the build I built to the guy with a stolen credit card. And it's gone. So, there we go. Now that that is done, we can actually, let's put the G... You know what? I just flipped it over like an idiot, but we can get some of the blocks installed and do some of the cable management here as much as we can. Hubs is what I mean, not blocks. Hubs installed and do some of the cable management here. So now it's getting a little crazy here. A little bit crazy. Let's pan out a little bit more. And pan forward. There we go. A little bit better. A little bit better of a view. But what I like to do is spend a little bit of time on the cable management. I know it's weird who cable manages these days, but I do. I also just recalled this little bugger that we never installed, but I don't think we're going to. No, we're not going to. We're just going to use L-Connect. It's good, it's good, it's good. It's all good. Try to decide where we're going to put all these hubs. So like 18,000 of them. Now there's only 3 hubs. It's actually a very small number of hubs in comparison to some other builds out there. Trying to channel these up correctly. Microphone's far away, sorry. My fault, typed it wrong as she yells at me. Oh yeah, that's her. You RMA'd your Intel 13900KF? Now I have to watch a stream on a tablet. A tablet! I've got an Intel CPU here. Hey Kaz! Hey, quick question. Welcome to the build show. You pwn like a girl. I plan on switching from NVIDIA to AMD, but I'm going to wait to see if AMD decides to release a 9080 or not. It's probably a good idea for a more powerful card. Hey, quick question. So my RAM is working fine in slots 2 and 4. However, I am getting 2 more, and I was wanting to test the other 2 slots, but my PC won't boot when I test the original 2 in 1 and 3. So what motherboard and what RAM and what CPU is going to be the first question, as Born is probably going in that direction. I think you have the RAM and those 2 slots. Before you can add more RAM, technically yes. Generally, though, you should be able to put RAM in the other slots, but if it's like DDR5, for example, it's pretty picky. So if it's DDR4, however, you should definitely be able to post even in those slots, and in some cases it'll post and tell you on a splash screen after it posts to the BIOS or before it posts to the BIOS that your RAM's in the wrong slots. So it's getting pretty smart to tell you these things. So just curious to see what motherboard, CPU, and RAM combination you're currently using, Kaz. Behind the motherboard it goes. Cable management is a priority. Priority! You must have management. Or no. We must have order. We will have order in this case. Other hub. Hub number 2. What? What? This goes to the shoot me. You gotta be kidding me. Well, that's interesting. I totally missed that. I've totally messed that up. I did and I didn't. But now we don't have enough. Can we daisy off of one another? Crap. Why is this even a thing? I don't know. Oh. Oh. Okay, guys. Justin was right. You could have used this. And we might actually have to switch to it. Cute. Justin, you're right. I take it back, everything I said. You take it back! Crap. So the problem I have here is, I did not take into account that this cable here I thought was for the hub actually goes to the screen. So this goes all the way to the CPU block, which is why it's so bloody long, which makes sense. But I didn't take into account for it. I don't know which side it needs to go on, so I'll just stick it through there for now. What that means is it requires another USB 2.0 connection. I do have a hub, but I have to steal it and then go back to Micro Center tomorrow. I have to steal it for the other project I'm working on. So my option is, I think we're just going to use these adapters and tell Justin he was right, because I didn't know these adapters existed until I opened the package with the cables. I didn't know the adapters were the thing. That's what I was missing. That's where I messed up. So we have to change out the cables on the rear fan, the side fans, and the top fans to make this work. And then we disregard the connections that we have here. Son of a beehive and a basket full of bumblebees. Because that's YouTube worthy. Okay. Sorry, my bad. First time building with the cooler. Didn't know those existed. He was right. I take it back. Ah! Sorry, I'm just screaming internally. So what it is, it's a little cable adapter that adapts from the cable that comes with the fan, ARGB to the Lian Li. Didn't know that existed, but it's a little adapter. Didn't know that existed. But okay, I'll take it. Sorry. I don't know why Lian Li has to make it so difficult and change up the connection type. Why didn't they just stick with the same connection that they had before? It's weird. So no more white connector. That is absolutely correct. Could have listened to Justin. Apparently he knows better than me. Here I am trying to outsmart Micro Center, dude. My bad. All right. Typical viewer. Oh yeah, we have a bracket for it. Don't worry about that, typical viewer. One thing that I think I'm really going to miss is the NVIDIA optimizer. I don't know if AMD has that where it sets the graphics options in the app. Tat actually has a 9070 XT currently, and he came from an RTX 3080 Ti or 3080. And his comment there probably answers your question. Yeah, it was more so for looks. I know it's actually more buggy with 4, but my OCD is making me want to try 4, but I'm not 100%. If you're on DDR5, I would not run 4 sticks. So I contacted NZXT earlier just to check if quad channel is even possible. Technically, it's not quad channel. It's still dual channel even with 4 sticks. And they said yes, so I was wanting to check those other 2 slots first. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you know if it's DDR5, Kaz? If it's DDR5, do not run 4 sticks. It is very unstable. Yes, I know I gotta undo the zip tie. Don't tell me about that. I already know. Thank you, Soldier, for reminding me about the zip tie. This is what happens when you know. You think you know. You know? Sometimes you know, and sometimes you know. Or you think you know. And then you know happens. Okay, I got the zip tie out. We got the one cable removed. Replacing it with the other. You said above your specs? Oh, sorry. It's still scrollable, hopefully. It's beyond my reach, Kaz. Hold on. Yes, DDR5 Corsair Vengeance 6000 NZXT B650E motherboard, mainly for looks. I know people don't like it, and a 7800X 3D. Okay. Definitely do not go 4 sticks. Stick with 2. You run 4 sticks, you're going to just run into stability issues. Trying to copy, but it's not working. No worries. I got it. So, stick with 2 sticks. Do not run 4 sticks. 4 sticks is just going to introduce stability issues. My advice. If you need more RAM, get a bigger kit and then sell your old RAM. And only run 2 sticks. That is my advice, good sir. And for your OCD, I don't know what to tell you about that other than deal with it, unless you want stability issues, but DDR5 is so finicky. Does not like running 4 sticks. I'll think about going back there and getting that one. I like 48 2 sticks of 24. I don't even know there's 24 gig. Oh yeah, there's 24 gig sticks. I think they thought it was going to be cool, and then nobody bought it. Not very many people anyway buy it. Usually people just jump from 32 gigs straight to 64 and then call it a day. And the last one, the very last ones that we have to undo is Glad we figured this out before we put the GPU in and before we put the power supply in. In a way, that was kind of a remarkable discovery beforehand. Not that the power supply would have been that big of an issue. But the graphics card definitely would have been an issue. I actually could have used the same USB cable, but I'm going to replace it anyway. There we go. Once more, onto the bridge. Right back where we were. Like nothing ever went wrong. Or anything close to that. Okay. Here's all our connectors. Okay. Connectors, connectors. Now we just have more cables. That's all. But then again, less cables because we have less hub. One less hub to deal with. I like that. Probably cleaner that way anyway. Right? Okay, so the first one that I'm going to do is the CPU fans. So we know number one is going to be CPU fan on the hub. So when we look at the software, number one is our CPU fans. Wait, this isn't our CPU fans. That's our case. Here we go. Number one is our CPU fans. Right? For our RGB and our PWM. Number two is going to be the bottom fans. It's probably next most important is the bottom. And that'll plug into this RGB connector. Adapter that adapts the connection, like we should have paid attention to in the first place. But thought we were Mr. Cool. Turns out we weren't cool. Now I publicly owe Justin an apology, Micro Center, for calling him wrong. No, I'm not going to go back to Micro Center ever again, guys. Just going to stay away from that place. Don't want to confront it, you know. Look at, but I mean, look at all these extra cables that it creates. It just drives me nuts that Lee and Lee would do this. Nice. Still cooking here, guys. Sorry. Aw, that cute cable power tie. My closest Micro Center was a bit disappointing, but I only went for a 4090. What was so disappointing about it? Yes. Adrian. I don't even know how to deal with that, other than just leave some out. And zip tie it like that. Just leave it bubbly. I think they gave us a tie. Give us a long tie here. Alright, it's looking pretty clean. I like that. So we can probably drop the power supply in. Or do you guys want to drop the graphics card in first? But it's pretty clean here, guys. Looking real nice. GPU last. Alright. GPU last. I am going to skip, or take a look at least, the GPU strimmer, because I don't think that's going to work. I was very unconfident after I looked at everything. Looked at the connectors. Everything looked like it wasn't going to fit. The shroud gets in the way for the strimmer on this card. I didn't know that. So I haven't done an Astro before with strimmers. So we'll review that when the time comes. More peels, of course, on the power supply. And there'll be more peels on the graphics card too. But we're nearly finished. You know what? Other side. Now I'm kind of utilizing the hard drive bay there a little bit. Don't judge me. Oh yeah, I forgot we have SATA power that we gotta deal with. I think a 9600X and a 5070 is a good... Or should I wait a little longer and get the 5070 Ti? I think the 5070 is good. It'll do. For some 1440p gaming, you can enjoy that for a while. Should definitely be able to enjoy 1440p with that. I shouldn't have undone this. CH. No, we're just going to tie it right here. This is one long stream. Well, it's a massive build. That's what happens when you get all these fine details in a build and it takes a while. And also, some of the components I first time building with, the Galahad 2. I built with the original one. So we had a little bit of a learning curve with the fans. A moment where I thought I outsmarted the Micro Center dude. Found out I didn't. That added some time to the build. Lots of questions on the stream tonight, so... And then, of course, you know, I didn't stream for almost 7 days. Alright, well, 7 days. So, that will happen. You don't stream for 7 days. Where is, here it is. Big Duda! I'd get the TI personally. Get what you want or you'll regret it later. Ask me how I know. The TI is a little better. But it is, what, 200-ish more? People usually leave some out so they can see RGB from it, yeah. If the CPU has onboard graphics, I like to do all of the setup before I add the graphics card. I think it's kind of like people having lucky socks when they play baseball or something. Well, that's a good way of putting it. But I typically just do it from the graphics card. The more time I have on the build completely, the more testing I'm actually doing. So I can find faults or issues with the build. If I'm running it as if the customer was running it, you know? So it gives me more opportunity to identify lemons, which we run into, at least recently, we've run into quite a bit. So, didn't used to be like that though. Not as much. Okay, So that's a simple cable management design done in this case. Give you a pretty clean look, except for I don't like the white in that hub there. The sticker, I could peel that. Might go back there and peel that. Just the white doesn't show there. But it looks pretty clean. So let's get that GPU out and put it in. That is one of the last things we gotta do. Hey there, big boy. That's right. The Asus ROG Astral. Republic of Gamers. And it's for those who dare. Remember that. You mean, you only play... Yeah, if you're only playing World of Warcraft, 5070 is probably more than enough. But the TI would be cool for future proofing, maybe? Ben, do you feel like leaving the hard drive tray in behind the motherboard holds on the board heat on the board? Yeah, maybe a little bit. But I mean, it's pretty ventilated, so it's not like it's trapped. It may cause a little bit of a little bit of heat back there, but I don't think it's going to be a huge difference if it's removed or not removed. I think it'll be a bigger difference if there's a hard drive in them. That'll make a bigger difference because it's actually blocking it and creating heat. Can anything be done to clean up the AIO hoses? Yeah, definitely. I don't know what you want cleaned up on them. I mean, right now they're just kind of doing what they do. I can always add a couple of Velcros here to straighten them out. But typically, they go like that. Or that. One of the two. I think we're talking about the GPU. Before we put the GPU in, we also want to see if we can get our bracket in here. Let's test that. Why is it so, it's like deja vu on this motherboard and this bracket. I have a weird feeling about this. But we're going to use the Lian Li GB01. I'm sorry, 001. Just thinking they're in the way of the streamers. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. We'll play around with it. Should have put this board in, or this bracket in back when I was installing the motherboard. I kind of forgot about it. So I'm hoping it fits. does block the release button on the SSD here. So if we ever have to go back and remove this SSD, we'll have to remove the bracket. But these are way better brackets than any of the others unless you use the peg. So I like to use them. It's a preference at least. Okay, back to open the actual graphics card up. Oh, we got that in there. Right out to damage the box. Gamers of Republic. Just doesn't want to balance here. So in the accessories box, we have a box with a manual, and then power cord, a peg for GPU support, as well as a little, oh that's cute. That is so cute. A miniature RTX 5090. I don't know what this is. That is really cool. And then your typical stuff that you would get with a card, ROG Strix card. Really cool. By Asus. Get a little piece of plastic if you spend, you know, $3.5 grand. And then the cards itself. Yeah, it's a keycap. Yep. That's right. I was like, what is it? It is a keycap. Alright, and then the beast itself. And yes, the fans do move on the keycap, which is crazy. The behemoth. It is only 2 slots, which I think is insane for this size of a card. But, I mean, this thing is massive. Then you got the fan on the rear. The rear door fan. But we've got peels for days, so let's get started. We're going to be here all night long. Where's my little tinkle doors? Left them in the car. Nice. Smudged. Smudged and I didn't touch it. was me. Kind of dumb for a super expensive graphics card. This is going to be interesting getting this in here. Do, 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 do. Might have to get the long ones out, but kind of see what I'm doing here. Nope. Where's my shaft? The Extended Driver by the LTT store. Really cool. So we kind of know where it needs to go, but I want to get it precise. Perfect. I'm happy with that. Oh dear. How do you get this thing out? Okay, back in we go. I'm happy with that. Oh. Always learn something, if not a few things, from watching a build. Man, what you end up doing is like one step forward, 2 steps back. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. That is how you build a PC. There's no other way to do it. No, that is beautiful. So that's a hidden GPU support bracket back behind behind the graphics card over the motherboard with a little L lip. And it's very tricky to get this in there because you have a very small gap between the card and the fans. And I'd say about an inch and a half, maybe inch and 3/4. And the main reason why is, one, the size of the card is massive, but two, we also have the PCIe slot so low. So next thing I'm actually concerned about is this connector. We might have to get an L connector for this, which I think the RGB streamers has, which I wasn't worried about, but I think we had to go over the top, which I'm okay with as well because of the distance between the two. So we're going to check this and see if the backplate / shroud is going to hinder the connector or not, because that's what I was reading online. That's what people told me happens with this card and the streamers, is they don't fit. So we'll test it out and see if we can get it to work. But as you can see, it's a little L connector. It does force the cable to go underneath. So we're going to have to figure something out with that. This one, I don't think you can rotate this. In fact, I'm not too happy about this. Not too thrilled about this design. Totally impeding a shit ton of airflow doing that. Not thrilled by this design. Again, not thrilled by it. But the L connection is literally going to be the only way that we're going to be able to put this glass on. So, really, the L connect has to happen. So I'll have to either purchase an adapter, which I don't like doing. I hate that. But it is going to be the only option to make sure this fits right and stays connected properly. So, just a side note, and something I overlooked on this build. Oh. But it looks like it actually does clear the connection, so pretty good actually. it looks pretty well connected, so I'm not too worried about that. I'm more worried about the airflow. Only other thing we could do is go vertical with the card. Want to be careful. Big pressure on it. Now I'm going to leave this loose because I think we're going to end up playing with this connection a little bit. I'm not too convinced I'm happy with it, but for the sake of firing it up and seeing it, you know, ending the stream, let's get through this. So all we got to do is do a little bit of cleanup here, and then we're going to fire this thing up. Got tools and cables and wires and things all over the place. Now that it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning, we've come to complete the build. Tuna, Roy, did we end up plugging in the RGB connectors, the power RGB? I don't think we did. Late night tonight, Steve Anderson, you got it. We're going late, burning the midnight oil. Hopefully Joe is still awake. Been a late one. That's what happens when you use the washers up there. They don't like to close. In fact, it's bowed. It's not even closed right. I have to address that. All right, Joe. If you're actually still awake, do you want to let us know if you want to power it on or not? You're not awake. I wouldn't blame you. This thing weighs an insane amount. Oh, that's stupid. Still not even right. So the top's a little bowed. That's because of those stupid washers. Yeah, I know, I got it. This thing is bowed because of those stupid washers, so I gotta fix that. I'm not gonna deal with it right now. You know. Oh. What a build. Holy smokes, what a build. Three-hour build turned to 4 hours. I don't know what you're talking about. It's 3 hours 49 minutes. Kind of 30 minutes off. Okay, 50 minutes off. But who's counting? Do PSU modularity matters if you want put intake fans in the lower part of a case? That's actually a good question, Jack. Technically, yeah, it would matter. Because you'd have less cables in the basement where it's drawing air from. On the RGB, I don't think Joe is here. I think Joe went to bed, guys. Joe has lost faith and went to bed. He probably said somewhere in the chat at some point, and I didn't read it. Because I've been heads down trying to get this thing done. The behemoth. Should we call it a behemoth or... All right. Three. So you know what? Who's been here all night? I think quite a few of you have been here all night. Soldier Hard. 89. You've been here pretty much all night, haven't you? You tell me to push this button for Joe. On behalf of Joe. On behalf of Joe, I'm not 100% sure that GPU streamer angle is freaking me out. Yeah, it's freaking me out a little bit too. But I don't think I'm going to run the streamer, to be honest. I think we're just going to get a right angle and run the cable over the top of the card to keep the airflow cleared. I don't like how this is literally cutting off all the airflow to the card. I do not like that. Sam, I am. So, streamer's probably going to be removed. I just got to get a little angle adapter that'll take it and point it upwards, or one that has a U shape so I can run it across the top of the card. Push the button, Ben. 3, 2, 1. Lift off. Two 5090s in Crossfire. I think you mean SLI for NVIDIA, unless that was the joke. And the fact that SLI doesn't even exist anymore. That would be the other part. part of the joke. And neither does Crossfire. Let's game. I know, I'm getting a RGB tan from here. I'm hoping it posts soon, though. Seriously. Oh, there we go. New CPU installed! Screen. Yay! Go ahead and do your reset thingy. Oh yeah. It's smoking? No, it's the vape. It's my dildo, mouth dildo. That's what I call it. Hopefully nobody takes that seriously. Alright, we're posted to the BIOS, guys. We did it. We posted. But I am not happy. One thing I'm not happy with is the GPU streamer and the GPU power cable situation with the glass on. So I am going to locate an adapter for that, because I'm not too terribly happy with the airflow blockage there. And it is rubbing on the fan down there too. Right, I read your comment, but I'm not going to read that out loud. As terrible as it is. Even though I just said what I said. You know. And my wife calls them R2D2 DICKS's. Roy says over on Twitch. Looks nice and quiet. It is pretty quiet other than the strimmer rubbing on the bottom fan. Hey, I vape. I think there's a lot of people here that vape. No, it's the smoke effect. Woo! I try not to vape around customer computers too much. Well, there you go, guys. 4 hours and like, what was it, I don't know, like $6,000 something dollars or 7,000 total, and you get this. And 4 hours of 1 step forward, 2 step back. Here's your build. Whatever happened to the motherboards that the GPU clicked directly into without a PCI cable? I don't know. That was like a brilliant idea. And then I guess that took way too much money away from another market. is my opinion. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Yeah, either that or they got to start putting the GPU cable like on the back side of the card somewhere, or the top side of the card even. Like, I don't know why they always have it facing the glass. This computer has everything, literally. It's the RGB cable rubbing up on the fan. Nothing I can do about it. Is what it is. The only thing I didn't do was plug in the hub cable to the CPU fan header, which I will go back and probably do as well. There's this little dinky cable that has the fan header so the CPU fan can read out, which I'll probably go back and plug in. That was one thing, and then we'll figure out a resolution for this strimmer, GPU strimmer. So those are the 2 things that I got to take care of. I can't remember anything else that I said I was going to do right now. Best of the best ever. I know, it's the best of the best. The guy wanted best of the best, and he got best of the best. I just didn't realize that the strimmer was going to be such a big ordeal with this card, number one. Number two, how tight it was going to be on the bottom, and the fact that you could only put it in this way on this GPU. And it's because of the position of the power connection is technically, in my opinion, it's right side up, but upside down for what we wanted. So that's what I'm going to try to figure out, Roy, is if that even can rotate. Because if it can, if I can flip it around, then I will send it over the top of the GPU and call it a night. Call it a day tomorrow, because I'm not going to do it now. Right now, it is going to remain like this until I get to it tomorrow. You know what, Soldier? I think you're right. I think you can raise the motherboard tray. I'll look into that too. And it would be relatively easy to do, and I wouldn't have to do much rearranging on the cables. But I think that was the XL. I'm not sure. I know you could do it on the XL. I don't know if you could do it on the Evo. You're right. I'm not sure 100%. Oh yeah, and then fix the lid issues. I want to see benchmark screenshots in Discord. Facts. Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. Tomorrow I'll be running that and solving all these little issues. So it's got to be perfect before it receives its certificate from me. Glad I caught the stream. Yeah, I'm glad you caught it too, Steve. Thank you for stopping in, at least seeing the tail end of it here. Have a good night, Ben. Get some rest. No bar for you tonight. Oh, I might still go bar. You know, Beyond All Reason is thick in my blood right now. I'm doing pretty good. My OS, which is my rating level, is increasing this week because I've actually been playing. I've had a little bit of time to play in the evening, late at night. The end cap can rotate to the angle. It can. Well, that's probably what I'll be doing. I know you could do it on the old ones. I just didn't know if we could do it on the new one. So we'll investigate that and see if we can do it. So everybody at Micro Center said it wasn't going to work with the card, and I don't think that's the problem. The connector actually connects pretty good to the card. It's just going the wrong direction. I need it to go the other way, over the top of the card instead of underneath. One, that's going to open up the RGB on the card itself, so it's not being blocked by the strimmer. Two, it's going to open up the airflow between the card and the bottom of the case. And three, I think it'll actually look better going over the top of the card than underneath the card. Only the XL is movable. Thank you for confirming that. If it was, I would have definitely raised it, and that would have helped a little bit in the scenario. I do not like how much airflow it's going to be blocking there. It's literally blocking a whole fan underneath the card. Both the case fan and GPU fan is like hindered by that, so we can't leave it like this. So we'll change it up. We'll figure some solutions out tomorrow. Maybe I'll post some stuff up on the Discord, or I'll maybe do a quick recap video for members on the YouTube channel, if you're a member on YouTube, and then kind of show you the solutions I put together for it. Yeah, join the Discord channel. It was probably the easiest, cheapest thing to do. And yeah, I've got another interesting troubleshooting scenario that we might be doing tomorrow night. It's either tomorrow night or Thursday we'll be doing. We've got a Intel build that's having some issues, and I'm pretty sure we all know what the problem is. Customer brought it in, dropped it off, and said that basically it's doing some weird stuff, where, and it's a pretty decent build. It's like a 14900K or 13900K with an RTX 4080 Super, and it's doing some weird stuff. So that'll be an interesting troubleshooting stream that I will likely do tomorrow or Thursday. So that'll be our next stream. It's more troubleshooting than building, but I think it's interesting if you guys are into that kind of stuff. And I've got a CPU here we could test with if it does turn out to be that. But at least then we could start looking at things to, side effects from the Intel stuff, because the user or the owner never actually updated the BIOS, so we know it's running a really old version of BIOS on the board, and it's most likely the CPU that's causing the problem. At least that's what I'm leaning on. That was my initial thought. It's the user's, not Intel's fault, right? Some giant idiot. Yeah, well, that's why I said the BIOS was never updated, but I don't like calling people out like that. I'd rather just call out Intel. They didn't know. If you're not paying attention, shouldn't be the user's fault. Should end up actually in Intel's fault, because it is their problem. Alright, well, that'll conclude the stream for tonight. Thank you everybody for joining us. We'll be back again either Wednesday or Thursday evening with that troubleshooting stream where we get to dive in that Intel build and figure out its problems. Could actually not even be the CPU for all we know. We'll just have to find out. Exciting, isn't it? Thank you everybody for joining. We'll see you guys on Wednesday or Thursday. Have a good night. Thanks for the stream, Ben. Yeah, good night, Mike. See ya, Empower. You can call me Ben. They'll see ya, Jackie. Have a good night, Damien. Porgishler, have a good night. It's Roy. Have a good night, Intel hater. Motherboard's fault. Right. And I just realized the microphone was spun up, so I must have bumped it at some point, so that probably sounded like crap the last tail end of the stream. Have a good night, guys. We'll see you next time.